racer also competes in midget action with Keith Coons Motorsports. Also on the racing surface, the 2 junior out of Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, Kelly Miller. Kelly Miller was here last year, finished 4th in the main event, his best of 3 appearances in feature competition at Sunset Speedway Park. Car number 33 out of Roseburg, Kyle Alberding. Kyle Alberding in car number 33 making his Speed Week Northwest debut here at Sunset. He's competed with the series before, but just never here at this track. Also on the surface, the 02. Originally out of Glendale, Arizona, now calling Medford home. The team based out of Fresno, California, Ashton Torgerson. Ashton Torgerson in car number 02. Well, the 72 on the racetrack here for the first time ever from Laurel, Montana. Phil Dietz. Phil Dietz in car number 72. Correction, 6 drivers have been here at least once with the Western Sprint Tours. The number 8 in the Doug and Kathy Roots-owned entry. The team out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada. The racer out of Enumclaw, Washington. That is Colby Thornhill. Colby Thornhill in car number 8. His teammate and current Speed Week Northwest North Point leader out of Mather, California. Also racing for Doug and Kathy Roots in car number 8R, Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry, the runner-up the last couple of nights at Grays Harbor Raceway in the 8R. Here for the first time out of Helena, Montana in car number 37, Trevor Kirkland. Trevor Kirkland in car number 37. 2L Logan Foiler out of Boise, Idaho, was the runner-up in this event last year here at Sunset Speedway Park. Colton Heath in the 33 Motorsports number 33H getting shoved off and headed into turn number 1. 34 TJ Richmond out of Deer Island, not too far from here in the infield, as well as the 10 of Dominic Gordon out of Clovis, California. More cars populating the racetrack. 77 out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada. Levi Klatt in car number 77. While the 39 from just down the road in Forest Grove, Jojo Batalja in car number 39. Out of Harrisburg in car number 7. He was 5th here in 2019, his best of 4 appearances at this track with this series. And he has the most starts at this racetrack of anybody in the field. That is Tyler Thompson. Tyler Thompson in car number 7. In the 24, Jordy Meese out of Graham, Washington, getting shoved off next. And the 78, that is Don Trent from Gaston. All right, sprint cars completing mud packing. We are going to have street stocks come out, or American Classics, I should say, rolling out on the racetrack. Open 4 cylinders also was on the card. So the American Classics just going to roll the racing surface in, and then we'll have hot laps coming up shortly once the companion divisions have completed their track time. Hot laps for the Western Sprint Tour, followed by qualifying. Also 50-50 raffle tonight brought to you by BGHS Cheerleading. BGHS is in Battleground, Washington. They have 28 athletes on the team and are working towards getting them all new uniforms and sending them to camp. They'll be drawing the winner before the last race night. Make sure to get your tickets now. Again, Battleground High School Cheerleading doing the 50-50 raffle this evening here at Sunset Speedway Park. This is stop number 3 of the 2023 Speed Week Northwest, but the northern version is there's 2 Speed Weeks this year. If you weren't with us on Saturday night, Chase Getz earning his first career Speed Week Northwest victory. Caleb Henry, Colton Heath second and third. Seth Bergman fourth and Kinzer Cox fifth. Seth Bergman getting the win last night at Grays Harbor. Caleb Henry doubling down as a second-place finisher. Trey Starks third, Dominic Gordon fourth, and Ashton Torgerson finishing in position number 5. Top 5 in Speed Week points entering round number 3. Granted that things are going to shake up as a couple of the drivers in the top 5 not with us this evening. Caleb Henry, the leader. Seth Bergman, Chase Getz, second and third. Dominic Gordon, fourth. Colton Heath, fifth. And 6 through 10, Ashton Torgerson, Kinzer Cox, Kelly Miller, Cam Smith, and Sean McDonnell. Well, open four cylinders in American Classic pulling off of the racetrack after helping roll in the surface. Sounds like Sprint Car is going to be coming out and rolling the surface a little bit more before we get into hot laps. Here for round number 3 of Speed Week Northwest with the Western Sprinter, the northern version of Speed Week Northwest. Good time to visit the concession stand, also the souvenir stand. Get yourself a t-shirt or hoodie. Also on sale for apparel, Western Sprint Tour, just as you walked in front of the gate. There is shirts and sweatshirts, t-shirts and sweatshirts available, hot off the press and selling quickly. Sounds like 2 sessions of hot laps coming up for the Western Sprint Tour 360. So great to have everyone here, whether live in person or watching around the world on Dirt Oval TV, as this is round number 3 of Speed Week Northwest. This is the 9th time that Sunset Speedway Park has had a Speed Week date. 2008 was the first year where Roger Crockett won it. 2010, Kyle Hurst the winner. Roger Crockett going back-to-back in 2016 and 17. Steven Tyner winning in 2018. Mitchell Facino 2019. Justin Cox 2021. And last year, Tanner Holmes earning the triumph. Track record at this facility is 11.367 seconds, set on July 11th, 2019 by Devin Borden. Devin Borden, the standout racer at Port Royal Speedway in Pennsylvania these days, but a Raymond, Washington native. 18 cars signed in representing the states of Oregon, Washington, California, also Montana and Arizona, as well as the Canadian provinces of Alberta and British Columbia. 6 of the 18 entrants have raced here at least once in Speed Week Northwest competition, while 12 here for the first time ever in their careers. We do want to welcome folks on the live looking on Facebook. Again, this is round number 3 of Speed Week Northwest 2023 of the northern version. There will be a southern Speed Week in August. It will start at Cottage Grove and go south, while the last couple nights this series has been in action at Grays Harbor Raceway in Elma, Washington. Obviously, here tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday will be at Cottage Grove Speedway. Thursday off for a travel day, and then Friday and Saturday at Skagit Speedway in Alger, Washington for the Bob's Burgers and Brew Summer Nationals. Speed Week Northwest goes all the way back to 1998 when Fred Brownfield established it with the Northern Sprint Tour. It was sanctioned by the Northern Sprint Tour from 1998 to 2006. One and only year in 2007 with the Northwest Sprint Challenge Series. 2008 to 2014, it was sanctioned by ASCS Northwest Region. Well, 2015 onward, it has been a part of the Western Sprint Tour. Last year was the first year since 2015 in which outside of Speed Week events were held. Tanner Holmes, the champion last season. And this year it will be all a part of Speed Week, but both Speed Week's aggregated points will earn the WST championship. So 2016 to 2019, the Speed Week champion was also the Western Sprint Tour champion. Only year that Speed Week Northwest did not occur, and for the obvious reasons, 2020. Our first group coming out on the racetrack is set to go. And again, 2 sets of hot laps. So all these drivers will hit this racetrack twice for hot laps. No points, no money up for grabs when it comes to hot laps. But it is some very important track time that these teams can make the proper adjustments for their upcoming qualifying efforts. Drivers on the track, the 33 out of Roseburg. That is Kyle Alberding. Kyle Alberding in car number 33, while ahead of him in the 33H. Representing Marysville, Washington in the 33 Motorsports-owned entry, that is Colton Heath. From Laurel, Montana, just outside of Billings, in car number 72, Phil Dietz. Phil Dietz in the 72. The 39 making her Speed Week Northwest debut from just down the road in Forest Grove, JoJo Batalgia. In car number 37 from Helena, Montana, that is Trevor Kirkland. And also on the racetrack, in car number 10, Dominic Gordon from Clovis, California. Kyle Alberding quickest in the first group, 12.763 seconds, while Dominic Gordon second, Colton Heath third, Phil Dietz fourth, and Trevor Kirkland fifth. Dominic Gordon 13.22.7, 13.729, Colton Heath 13.858 seconds, Phil Dietz, and Trevor Kirkland 14.14.8. JoJo Batalgia sixth with a 15.53.2 as her best lap. On the racetrack, originally out of Ording, Washington, now calling Boise, Idaho home in car number 2L. Last year's runner-up, Logan Forler. Logan Forler in car number 2L. From Langley, British Columbia, in car number 77, headed into turn number 1, that is Levi Klatt. Levi Klatt last night making his first Speed Week Northwest debut. The 2 junior from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, Kelly Miller. Kelly Miller, second most starts here of the drivers that are in attendance. And Kelly Miller, a 3-time feature starter, and his best finish of those 3 was last year when he finished 4th in the main event. 24 on the back straightaway from Graham, Washington, Jordy Meese. Jordy Meese, one of the many debutantes here at Sunset Speedway Park. And car number 78, one of the local racers, that is Dawn Trent from Gaston. Dawn Trent in the 78. This young lady, her first trip, racing a sprint car in the state of Oregon. It's her rookie season, and she's been splitting duties between running a sprint car as well as a midget for Keith Kunz Motorsports. Out of Fresno, California, Mariah Eade. Mariah Eade in car number 14. Second group is rolling out for their first take at Hot Laps here at Sunset Speedway Park. Second of 3 groups, by the way. Fastest driver in that group is second quick overall, Logan Forler with a 12.88.0. Kelly Miller third quick, 13.021. Mariah Eade, 13.028. As Kyle Alberding retains P1 in Hot Laps right now. Dominic Gordon has been relegated to 5th. Jordy Meese 6th. Levi Klatt 7th. Colton Heath 8th. Phil Dietz and Trevor Kirkland 9 and 10. Third and final group for the first round of Hot Laps is going to be on the racetrack now. First time ever here for this gentleman, but not the first time that he's competed with Speed Week Northwest. In car number 41 out of Fresno, California, Dominic Scelzi. Dominic Scelzi in car number 41. Also part of the third and final group, motioning their way towards the racetrack, is the silver and black number 34 from just up the road from Deer Island, Oregon. This is TJ Richmond. TJ Richmond, a home game for the 34 team. Well, the 02 originally out of Glendale, Arizona, and now calling Medford, Oregon home these days, Ashton Torgerson in car number 02. You've got the teammates in the Doug and Kathy Roots, number 8R and 8. The 8R, the racer, is out of Mather, California, just outside of Sacramento. The team based out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, owned by Doug and Kathy Roots. Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry, the current Speed Week Northwest point leader in car number 8R. In the straight 8 out of Enumclaw, Washington, also racing for Doug and Kathy Roots, that is Colby Thornhill. Colby Thornhill in car number 8. Dominic Scelzi, P1, 11.941 seconds for car number 41 for the first flight. Pardon me, 11.761. The best time for Dominic Scelzi. Colby Thornhill goes second quick with a 12.119. Tyler Thompson, 12.173 third. Caleb Henry fourth, 12.240. Ashton Torgerson, 12.349. All of those drivers in that last flight, so track is getting quicker. That is the first round of hot lap. And they were scheduled to do a second round of hot laps. We will double check that information as it comes to us. Again, if you're looking at the Facebook Live looking, go on to Dirt Oval TV and purchase your week-long pass. You can catch the rest of the week on there. We're going to take you through qualifying. And 11.367 seconds is the current track record. Devin Borden setting it on July 11th, 2019. If you weren't with us Saturday, Chase Getz earning his first career Speed Week Northwest victory, getting the job done on Saturday night. Caleb Henry second, Colton Heath third, Seth Bergman fourth, and Kinzer Cox at the line for fifth. Last night, Seth Bergman, now a two-time Speed Week Northwest winner, earning his first Speed Week win since July of 2015. Caleb Henry, the runner-up, Trey Starks third, Dominic Gordon fourth, Ashton Torgerson fifth. All right, we are set for qualifications here at Sunset Speedway Park. 11.367 seconds is the quickest 360 time here. That was set on July 11th, 2019. First car out, the WSK Machine, Holt Drilling Tools, Sims Electric, number 33, Maxim. Out of Roseburg, Kyle Alberding. Kyle Alberting's first ever race here with Speed Week Northwest. First lap for Kyle Alberting is going to be 12.267. 1-2-267 for Kyle Alberting. Alberting 19th place last night at Grays Harbor Raceway, and the first race of the week finished 21st. Second lap is an improvement, 12.16.1, 1-2-1-6-1, and that will be provisional quick time right now for Kyle Alberting. Getting ready for our next qualifier is 18 car, single car qualifying. Actually, the first time that we've qualified all week long, as the last couple nights was a double heat format. Something you normally don't see, a little bit different twist. Nonetheless, single car qualifying taking place for the rest of the week. The CM Tree Service, Timberline, Crane and Rigging, Pacific Recycling, Kading Performance Center, Rogers Racing Engine Powered Maxim out of Laurel, Montana, Phil Dietz. Phil Dietz in car number 72. Phil Dietz, 12th in Speed Week points, entering tonight in his Sunset Speedway Park debut. Finished 18th last night at Grays Harbor Raceway's best finish of the week was on Saturday, where he was 14th in the feature. First time around, 12.72.4, 1-2-7-2-4 for the 72 of Phil Dietz. Next trip around the start-finish line is going to be better, 12.45.5, 1-2-4-5-5. That will place him currently second quick in the qualifying rundown. 12.161, time to beat Kyle Alberting. 11.761 was quickest in hot laps earlier in the program by Dominic Selzy, as this young lady out on the racetrack, her wing sprint car debut at a place that she's turned a lot of laps at. The Pure Addiction Diesel Performance, Perfection Automotive, Hearst Precision Parts, Robin Schonberger EXP Realty. It's a home-built engine with a Maxim chassis from Forest Grove, Jojo Batalgia. Jojo Batalgia entering last weekend as the point leader with the Wingless Sprint Series. A lot of micro sprint experience at this facility. First lap, third quick, 13.69.5, 1.3695 for Jojo Batalgia. Batalgia, best finish of the season, a second on June 17th at Grays Harbor Raceway. And lap 2, 13.613, 1.3613 for Jojo Batalgia. The former PMSA Micro Sprint champion, Jojo Batalgia, goes third quick. On the racetrack next, it's going to be the 33 Motorsports own 33H, the CJE Garage, Mount Baker Landscaping, Mount Baker Trucking, Triple X Raceco, Northwest Focus Midgets, Brent's Rinse, Triple X Chassis, out of Marysville, Washington, there's Colton Heath. Colton Heath, 5th in Speed Week points, 8th last night at Elma. His best run of the week was a third place performance on Saturday night. Colton Heath's first qualifying lap is going to be fast time of the night with a 12.13.0. 1.2.130. He goes purple for lap 1. Lap number 2 will be even faster, 12.085. 1.2.085, and that is provisionally quick time for the 33H of Colton Heath. Colton Heath, one win in 2023, that coming at Cottage Grove Speedway at the Marvin Smith Memorial Grove Classic on May 28th. Scheduled to be out next is the defending ASCS Frontier Region champion, the Kirkness Roofing and Construction, RCM Motorsports, Flawless Auto Body, Chevrolet of Helena, Shark Racing Engines powered Triple X from Helena, Montana, Trevor Kirkland. Trevor Kirkland 15th in Speed Week points, 16th last night, and crashed out on the opening portion of the race on Saturday, was credited with 22nd. And Trevor Kirkland, his first trip ever here to Sunset Speedway Park. Colton Heath, Kyle Alberding, Phil Dietz, and Jojo Battaglia, your current rundown. Fourth quick on the first lap with a 13.066, 1.3066. 3 second place finishes, all in ASCS Frontier Region competition this year for Trevor Kirkland. Second lap is better, 12.85.6, 1.2856. That is P4 in time trials. Well, this young man is definitely having an impressive first ever stint in the Pacific Northwest. He was 6th on night number 1, improved to a P4 last night. He's currently 4th in Speed Week points, his first time ever here. Out of Clovis, California, Dominic Gordon. Dominic Gordon in car number 10. Dominic Gordon and the Gary Silva Ranches, Johnston Industries Apparel Company, Fortitude Driver Development, Smith Titanium, Walker Engineering, K1 Race Gear, Bell Helmets, ART Speed Equipment, Kading Performance, Ryder Racing Engines powered, Maxim Chassis. First lap is going to be fast time of the night for Dominic Gordon. 12.056, 1.2056. Lap 2 is slower, 12.095, 1.2095, 12.056, provisionally P1 in qualifying. Gordon has 3 wins on the season. Dominic Gordon winning twice at Ocean Speedway this year, as well as a victory at Marysville Raceway. Dominic Gordon earning wins on April 28th and May 5th at Ocean Speedway in Watsonville, California. Most recent victory June 3rd at Marysville Raceway, also in California, as the driver that was the big winner on Saturday night at Skagit Speedway in Sportsman Sprint competition. His second win of the season, currently leading the point standings there. The Chilliwack Ford, Kershaw Performance Engines, Capstone Plastering, Toy Car Creative, Eagle Chassis. Out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, Levi Klatt. Levi Klatt in car number 77. Fifth quick on lap 1, 12.55.5, 1.2555 for Levi Klatt. Klatt's additional win on May 27th at Skagit Speedway in Sportsman Sprint action. Second lap will be an improvement to P4, 12.34.6, 1.2346 for Levi Klatt. Dominic Gordon, Colton Heath, Kyle Alberding, Levi Klatt, and Phil Dietz is your top 5 right now, as 7 out of 18 drivers have qualified successfully. This young lady here for the first time, her first year in sprint car competition, the M&L Plumbing, TJ Forge, Kading Performance Center, Hoosier Racing Tires, Donut Powered Maxim Chassis. Out of Fresno, California, in car number 14, Mariah Ead. Mariah Ead in car number 14. Best finish this season, June 17th. Or pardon me, earlier in the year with the Power Eye National Midget Series, third at Lincoln Speedway. That's Lincoln, Illinois, not Abbottstown, Pennsylvania. Splitting duties between Wing 360 driving and running the midget scene with Keith Coons Motorsports. Mariah Ead's first lap is going to be 12.25.7, 1.2257 for Mariah Ead on lap number 1. Second lap for the teenager out of Fresno, California will be slower, 12.44.4, 1.2444, 12.257. Lap 1 of 2 is going to be the best of 2 for Mariah Ead. Mariah Ead's first ever run with Speed Week Northwest tonight. The young man in car number 24 out of Graham, Washington. It's the Borden's Auto Parts, Huper Construction, Factory Cane Shocks, Cloudian Cloud Storage, Don Ott Powered Triple X of Jordy Meese. Jordy Meese, our next car to time in. Jordy Meese not making the feature last night, but did place 20th in the main event on Saturday at Grays Harbor Raceway in Elma, Washington. Jordy Meese, first time here in a Wing 360 sprint car. Jordy Meese, first lap for car number 24, is going to register to 7th quick with a 12.652, 1.2652 for Jordy Meese. Second trip by slower, 13.053, 1.3053, 12.652. Jordy Meese is 7th in car number 24. Next car out is the driver that finished second at this event last year, the Steve Forler Trucking, Schoenfeld Headers, Peterbilt Trucks, Conrad and Bischoff Fuel and Oil, Fisher Racing Engines, Maxim Chassis, originally out of Ording, Washington. The racer now calling Boise, Idaho home these days. And the 2L, Logan Forler. Logan Forler, 2 career Speed Week Northwest starts here at Sunset Speedway Park. Forler, a 3-time winner in 2023 this year, including April 29th at Cottage Grove Speedway and sweeping the weekend with the ASCS Frontier Region on July 7th and 8th at Big Sky Speedway in Billings, Montana. 6 quick on the first lap, 12.39.6, 1.2396 for Logan Forler. Lap 2, will it be better? It will be quicker, but remains P6 in the qualifying rundown with a 12.396, 1.2396. Logan Forler, 6th quick right now. Well, we go from the guy that finished second last year to the driver that finished 4th. His 3rd time that he's been here at this racetrack in Speed Week Northwest competition out of Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, and currently situated 8th in Speed Week points. Kelly Miller. By the way, Logan Forler 7th in last night's main event. As Kelly Miller finished 11th last night. His best run of the week was 9th on night 1. That was Saturday night in Elma. Kelly Miller gets the green in the Prevost Racing, Pat Beck Motorsports, Dennis Dirtworks, Jeb Transportation, Hawk Hydrovac, Carlin Services, Roland Seeds, Eagle Chassis. First lap for the Lethbridge, Alberta racer is going to be a 12.405, 1.2405. Kelly Miller 7th quick right now. 4 wins in 2023 for Kelly Miller, as the second lap is going to bump him up to 6th quick with a 12.39.0, 1.2390. 4 wins, sweeping the weekend at Big Sky Speedway on May 19th and 20th. Also a victory at Gallatin Speedway in Belgrade, Montana on June 15th, and an additional win on June 16th at Big Sky Speedway in Billings for the current ASCS Frontier Region point leader. Next up to time in is one of the locals from Gaston. This is Don Trent. Don Trent in car number 78. He's got 2 starts here for Speed Week competition. Was 13th last year and his best run here with the series. Driving the Aloha Sanitation Service, Champion Signs, Western Ironworks, Mikey's Garage, Fellows Ranches, KPC, Don Trent on the racetrack. Lots of non-winning experience here at this facility for Don Trent over the past few seasons. Dominic Gordon, Colton Heath, Kyle Alberding, Mariah Eade, and Levi Klatt, your current top 5. 11 out of 18 drivers have timed in. As Don Trent, 11th fastest, his first trip around the Banks Bull Ring. 13.34.1, 1.3341 for Don Trent. Second lap is better. We'll stay at 11th fastest, though. 13.28.3, 1.3283. As our next driver out is another one of the cars from not too far from here. The 34 TJ Richmond out of Deer Island. The Richmond Engines and Diesel, Beaverton Auto Parts, Owens Racing, BC Motorsports, Matt Stanford Racing, Bonix and Auto Repair sponsored 34 XXX chassis. TJ Richmond, 2 total starts here for Speed Week Northwest action. He was 14th last year, his best result between those 2 starts. 12:056, that is quickest in qualifying right now. Dominic Gordon, still P1 in his first ever trip here to this racetrack. TJ Richmond looking to qualify for his first feature this week, as he's made it to both shows already. First lap, 11th quick, 13:12.8, 13128 for TJ Richmond. Second lap for TJ Richmond will be a 13:22.5. That's going to be slower, so the first lap will be the official time with a 13:128. TJ Richmond situated 11th fastest out of 13 drivers that have timed in. Next out, the driver that was quickest in hot laps earlier in the program. His first time ever here, and his first race of the week. The Gary Selzy Motorsports, Whipple Superchargers, Redline Oil, Fuel Delivery Services, System 1 Pro Ignition, Red Rose Transportation, Selzy Enterprises, Lightning J, Kistler Powered Maxim Chassis, and car number 41 out of Fresno, California, Dominic Selzy. Dominic Selzy in car number 41. His second stint with Speed Week Northwest, but the first time with the 41 operation, as a number of years ago was in the Dan Monhoff number 35M entry and ran a partial schedule of Speed Week Northwest. First lap for Dominic Selzy is going to go fast time of the night as he'll go purple with an 11.83.4, 11834 for Dominic Selzy. 5-time winner in 2023 as the second lap will be slower, 11.902, 11902, 11.834 seconds. Selzy's 5 wins, most recently June 2nd at Placerville Speedway in 360 action. Also some NARC wins on May 20th at Petaluma Speedway, the Peter Murphy Classic on May 13th at King Speedway in Hanford, Antioch Speedway on April 29th, and a 360 win on April 22nd at Merced Speedway with the Sprint Car Challenge Tour. So Dominic Selzy goes P1. That'll shake up the top 5. Dominic Gordon second, Colton Heath third, Kyle Alberding fourth, Mariah Eade fifth. And 3 of the top 5 are from California, all from the Fresno area. Clovis just outside of Fresno, as our next driver to time in is the 8R, your current Speed Week Northwest point leader. Out of Mather, California, racing for Connors Doug and Kathy Roots. The team out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry, a pair of second-place results over the last couple of nights in the Roots Racing Richmond Engines XXX chassis. Caleb Henry, another Sunset Speedway Park debutant. First lap is going to be second quick, 11.98.2, 11982 for Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry, 1 win at Placerville Speedway in June 24th in local 360 competition. Second lap slower, 12.431, 12431, 11.982 will be the official lap for Caleb Henry in the Roots Racing 8R. His teammate will be pushed out next. Same verse as the first is the Roots Racing Richmond Engines Powered XXX in car number 8. The team out of Langley, BC. The racer out of Enumclaw, Washington, Colby Thornhill. Colby Thornhill in car number 8. Thornhill won main event victory to his credit in 2023, June 17th at Skagit Speedway in 360 competition. And this is his second time ever here at this racetrack in Speed Week Northwest action. Was 17th at this race last year. Thornhill unable to compete on Saturday night at Grays Harbor Raceway, but was with us last night, hoping to make his first feature of the week. Colby Thornhill, first lap for car number 8, will register at a time of 12.92.5, 12925. That is 13th fastest on the track right now. Colby Thornhill looking to pick up some speed on the second lap. Lap 2 will be better, and now count him 12th quickest with a 12.689. 12689 for Colby Thornhill. Next car on the racetrack in car number 7, 21st last night in the main event and his only appearance of the week. The J&K Auto Repair, Ed Glazier Auto Color Systems, Northwest Race Solvents, Napa Willamette Valley Auto Parts, Harvest Valley Specialties, IBW Local 280, BC Motorsports, Button Plumbing, Double R Powder Coating, Bunts Equipment, Rocket Designs, James Gang Pizza, Kistler Powered, X1 Chassis, out of Harrisburg, Tyler Thompson. Tyler Thompson, 4 career starts, his best finish a 5th in 2019. He has the most starts here of the drivers in competition here tonight. Tyler Thompson, 3 wins on the season in 2023, all coming at Cottage Grove Speedway, May 6th, June 3rd, and most recently, July 15th. Tyler Thompson, opening lap for the 7 entry. Will be 11th with a 12.439, 1.2439. A lot of limited sprint experience here at this facility as well for Tyler Thompson, but only has been here 4 times in a 360. Second lap, it's going to bump him up into the top 10, 6 quick with a 12.208, 1.2208, as we've just got one more car to qualify. Next driver out of the racetrack is situated 6th in Speed Week Northwest points. He was 5th last night, his best run of the week so far. After a previous evening, he finished 8th in the 0-2, splitting the hometowns between Glendale, Arizona, and Medford, but the team based out of Fresno, California, and the Rowdy Energy Drink, Torgerson Racing, Ryder Racing Engines Powered Eagle, the 0-2 of Ashton Torgerson. Ashton Torgerson, car number 0-2. Ashton Torgerson, a feature winner at Placerville Speedway in California in 360 action on May 20th. As lap number 1, Ashton Torgerson will be 15th fastest with a 12.92.9, 1.2929, Ashton Torgerson. Second lap is better, 14th quick for a 12.745, 1.2745. And so put your hands together for Dominic Selzy, your quick timer tonight in 360 sprint car competition with the Western Sprint Tour, 11.83.4. Caleb Henry second, Dominic Gordon third, Colton Heath fourth, Kyle Alberding fifth, Tyler Thompson sixth, Mariah Eads seventh, Levi Klatt eighth, Kelly Miller ninth, Logan Forler 10th, Phil Dietz 11th, Jordy Meese 12th, Colby Thornhill 13th, Ashton Torgerson 14th, Trevor Kirkland 15th, TJ Richmond 16th, Don Trent 17th, and Jojo Batalja registering P18. We're going to have qualifying come up next for the American Classics as well as the Open 4-cylinders. That is going to be next in the program. And then we'll be moving on to opening ceremonies here at Sunset Speedway Park. A quick correction, Open 4-cylinder is going to be coming out. Group qualifying. Piper Dersham in car number 4, while Max Sanford in the 3. 4X of Dan Bedoin and Peyton Gary in car number 31. Dan Bedoin quickest with a 17.72.3. Peyton Gary will be 19.041 second. Piper Dersham third, 19.42.2. And Max Sanford, 19.705. And this is going to be Group 2 coming out, second flight. Zach Dalrymple in the 0 on the racetrack. John Cardwell in the 27. Connor Foster, the 68. Greg Davidson in car number 32. And Brad Gentry in car number 4G. 17.72.3 the time to beat Dan Bedoin. Checkered flag drops. And qualifying completed for the open 4 cylinders. Dan Bedoin quickest. Zach Dalrymple second. Brad Gentry third. Greg Davidson fourth. John Cardwell fifth. Peyton Gary sixth. Piper Dersham seventh. Max Sanford eighth. And ninth Connor Foster. As American Classics are coming up next to time in. Andrew Olson in car number 23, Rod Lowe in the 02, and Don Croy, car number 24. As American Classic qualifying is underway. Andrew Olson fastest right now, 16.824 seconds. Rod Lowe second, 17.079. Don Croy, 17.44.5 third. As I believe our second and final group timing in for the American Classics. 04C, that's Kyle Cohen in the Mark Martin looking entry, while the 04, the straight 04, Scott Bedoin. 16.824 seconds. Andrew Olson quickest in American Classic qualifying right now. Checkered banner waving. And Andrew Olson. Andrew Olson, fastest, only driver in the 16-second range, 16.824 seconds. Rod Lowe second, Don Croy third, Kyle Cohen fourth, Scott Bedoin your top 5. and Chris Beard 6th fastest in the 10E. Well, that's going to do it for time trials. Coming up next will be opening ceremonies here at Sunset Speedway Park, and then we'll get into heat race competition. Good time to get up, stretch the legs perhaps, and visit the concession stands or the souvenir booth. Be sure and collect those great-looking Western Sprint Tour apparel. That's just located inside the front gate, as they are hot off the press but are selling quickly.
These trying times we're not trying. So cut the headlights, summer's a knife. I'm always waiting for you just to cut to the moon. Devils roll the dice, angels roll their eyes. And if I bleed, you'll be the last to know. Oh, it's blue, the shape of your body, it's blue. The feeling I got it, it's blue. It's a cruel summer. It's cool, that's what I tell 'em, no rules. Unbreakable heaven, but it's a cruel summer with you. I'm drunk in the back of the car, and I cried like a baby coming home from the bar. Said I'm fine, but it wasn't true. I don't wanna keep secrets just to keep you. And I snuck in through the garden gate every night that summer just to seal my fate. Then I scream for whatever it's worth. I love you, ain't that the worst thing you ever heard? He looks up, grinning like a devil. It's blue, the shape of your body, it's blue. The feeling I got it, it's It's a cruel summer. It's cool, that's what I tell 'em, no rules. Unbreakable heaven, but it's a cruel summer. I'm drunk in the back of the car, and I cried like a baby coming home from the bar. Said I'm fine, but it wasn't true. I don't wanna keep secrets just to keep you. And I snuck in through the garden gate every night that summer just to seal my fate. Then I scream for whatever it's worth. I love you, ain't that the worst thing you ever heard?
I ain't rich, but I damn sure wanna be. Working like a dog all day ain't working for me. I wish I had a rich uncle that'd kick the bucket and I was sitting on a pile like Warren Buffett. I know everybody says money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a boat. It can buy me a truck to pull it. It can buy me a Yeti 110 ice down with some silver bullets. Yeah, and I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Well, maybe so, but it can buy me a boat. They call me redneck
Outside of this one church town, there's a gold dirt road to a whole lot of nothing. Got a deed to the land, but it ain't my ground. This is God's country. We pray for rain and thank Him when it's falling, 'cause it brings a grain and a little bit of money. We put it back in the plate. I guess that's why they call it God's country. I saw the light in a sunrise, sitting back in a 40 on the muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shine with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of a pin-found Dixie whistle in the wind that'll get you heaven bound.
What? Uh-oh, did I bump it?
All right, race fans, we are set for opening ceremonies here tonight. Round number 3 of Speed Week Northwest brings us to Sunset Speedway Park in gorgeous and scenic Banks, Oregon. And before we get into tonight's anthems, could we have any former or current members of the U.S. military, first responders, former paramedics, police department, fire department members, if you could please stand so that we could applaud you for your service to this great country of ours.
The guy's on his way to the invocation. Where is he gonna do the invocation from? He usually does it from the infield. Okay. I got the pit mic.
And if we could all stand and rise to attention. A big round of applause to Heather Boyce and her wonderful staff, as well as Jeremy Means and everyone here at Sunset Speedway Park for keeping this series, as well as this racetrack, alive in these wild and crazy times. Also, a big round of applause to our on-site push and safety crew, as well as on-site medics, making sure that all these drivers are safe at all times. And last but not least, a big round of applause to all of our brave men and women serving in uniform all across the globe, as well as domestically here with first responders, police department members, fire department members, and wildfire fighters protecting these sacred shores. And we will turn things down trackside to Mr. Dave Rogers for tonight's invocation.
Lord in heaven, thank you for another wonderful day. Thank you for turning on the AC. We kind of need a little break. Please help everybody have a good time tonight. Help everybody here realize we're all just a bunch of big kids playing in the dirt with our friends. Help us welcome and put on a good show for our new out-of-town friends. Keep everybody safe. Get everybody home safely tonight. In the name of our Savior, King Jesus. Amen!
Please remain standing in recognition for our foreign competitors coming from the nation of Canada for their national anthem, O Canada.
With glowing hearts, we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand up, God, for thee. God, keep our land glorious and
All right, race fans, it is time to go racing here at Sunset Speedway Park. First of 3 heat races for the Western Sprint Tour is upcoming, and they will all be 8 laps in distance. We forgot to mention this during qualifying, 50 qualifying points to quick time Dominic Scelzi and a 1-point drop per position. For heat races, 50 points for the win and a 3-point drop per position. We take the aggregated total between heat races and qualifying, and the top 6 overall get locked into tonight's trophy dash. They will start no worse than 6th. 7th on back will be straight up off of the total points. If there are any sort of ties, the best time will be the first criteria tiebreaker. Heat race number 1 of 3 set to come out on the racetrack, and starting on the inside pole position, the racer from nearby Deer Island in the Richmond Engines and Diesel, Beaverton Auto Parts, Owens Racing, Bonix and Auto Repair, BC Motorsports, Triple X. That is TJ Richmond. To his outside, in the Doug and Kathy Roots owned number 8. The team out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada. The racer from Enumclaw, Washington. The Roots Racing Richmond Engines, Triple X. That is Colby Thornhill. Starting third, last year's runner-up here at this facility, originally out of Ording, Washington, now calling Boise, Idaho home, in the Steve Forler Trucking, Schoenfeld Headers, Peterbilt Trucks, Conrad and Bischoff Fuel and Oil, Fisher Racing Engines, Powered Maxim, Logan Forler in car 2L. Starting in fourth, it's going to be the young lady out of Fresno, California, the M&L Plumbing, TJ Forge, Kading Performance Center, Hoosier Racing Tires, Donut Maxim, driven by Mariah Eade. Starting fifth in the 33 Motorsports, CJE Garage, Mount Baker Landscaping, Mount Baker Trucking, Triple X Raceco, Northwest Focus Midget Series, Brent's Rents, Triple X, the racer out of Marysville, Washington, Colton Heath. Sixth in the starting lineup, tonight's quick timer in the Scelzi Motorsports, Whipple Superchargers, Redline Oil, Fuel Delivery Services, System 1 Pro Ignition, Red Rose Transportation, Scelzi Enterprises, Lightning J, Kistler Maxim combination from Fresno, California, car number 41, Dominic Scelzi. Heat race number 1 of 3, shoving off.
I just wanna stay in the sun where I find I know it's hard sometimes. Pieces of peace in the sun's peace of mind. I know it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I think about the end just way too much. But it's fun to fantasize on my enemies who wouldn't wish who I was. But it's fun to fantasize. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. I die for you, that's easy to say. We have a list of people that we would take. A bullet for them, a bullet for you, a bullet for everybody in this room. But they don't seem to see many bullets coming through. See many bullets coming through. Metaphorically, I'm the man, but literally, I don't know what I do. I'd live for you, and that's hard to do, even harder to say. It's not true, even harder to write when you know that you're not doing people back home. I'm trying to meet you, and then you ignore them still. All these questions they hold it like, who would you live for? Who would you die for? And would you ever kill? Oh, 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 I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride.
Field gridding up, and they are going to get the signal to unleash at full power out of turn number 4. TJ Richmond, 2 career starts here at this facility during Speed Week Northwest. He was 14th last year, while Colby Thornhill's only time he has visited this facility with the tour was last season. He finished 17th in the finishing order. Oregon and Washington. Well, technically a Washington racer and a British Columbian car. That is your front row. Heat race number 1 here at Sunset Speedway Park. Rolls into 3, coming out of turn number 4. Pitter patter. Let's get at her. Colby Thornhill to the front in the Doug and Kathy Roots own number 8 entry. Battle for second ensuing. Mariah Eade getting into it a little bit with the 34 of TJ Richmond. Logan Forler with the double overtake into second place in car number 2L. Colton Heath is third. Fourth place belongs to Mariah Eid as Dominic Selzy is currently riding in fifth in car number 41. TJ Richmond sixth as Selzy looks to the inside of Eid. This is for position number 4 that is being battled over right now. Looked like a race for second was possibly shaping up as Selzy negotiates the inside of Mariah Eid. Colby Thornhill taking off from the rest of the pack. 3 laps complete, 5 to go here in heat race number 1 of 3. Logan Forler second, Colton Heath still residing in third. Fourth, Dominic Selzy, Mariah Eid fifth. Sixth is TJ Richmond. 2.093 seconds the differential between your top two as they hit the halfway mark, and now we work the second half of the lap count. 5 laps complete, 3 to go. This one all Thornhill. Selzy trying to get within grasp of overtaking the 33H of Colton Heath. Heath, the third place finisher on Saturday night at Grays Harbor Raceway. Final lap of competition upcoming in that race for third, unsettled. Is Colby Thornhill your leader still? Forler second, but who's going to finish third? Is Colton Heath trying to hold on? The current fifth place points runner with Speed Week Northwest. Is Colby Thornhill? No, not going to get the checkered. Dominic Selzy spins in turn number 2. Caution waving. First stoppage of this race, 7 laps complete. Dominic Selzy was battling with Colton Heath for third place. Selzy started this race in position number 6. Colby Thornhill is your leader. Logan Forler will restart in second. Third, Colton Heath, Mariah Eid to position number 4. And fifth is TJ Richmond. So green-white checkered finish upcoming. Trying to get the 41 fired back off. Dominic Selzy, the 2-time defending NARC 410 Sprint Car Series champion. And Kings of Thunder 360 champion in 2021. 5 main event wins this season, 3 in a 410, 2 in a 360. Selzy's only starts were at Siskiyou Motor Speedway, Willamette Speedway, and Southern Oregon Speedway in 2015 with Dan Monhoff as the car owner. Selzy in the 41 operation, here a part of Speed Week Northwest for the first time. Colby Thornhill will get us back underway in green flag competition. First time we see the restart cone being utilized in the program tonight. Single file nose to tail is what they need to remain. As they come to the green flag, no overtaking until they pass the cone, no hitting the cone or passing underneath the cone. If any of those rules are broken, it'll be a penalty of 2 positions on the next stoppage flag, whether it be yellow, red, or checkered. Green, white, checkered finish is upcoming as Colby Thornhill out of Enumclaw, Washington gets us back under green flag racing conditions. Selzy trying to make up some lost ground here in the final laps as Colby Thornhill trying to drive away from Logan Forler. It was 2.5 seconds prior to the yellow, the gap. It slimmed down less than a second. Final lap of action here for Colby Thornhill. Colby Thornhill in the 3 exiting turn number 4 will be your winner of heat race number 1. Logan Forler finishes second. Colton Heath third. Fourth, Dominic Selzy with a magnificent late rally there for the 41 team. Mariah Eid fifth. And sixth, TJ Richmond. Make some noise for the Doug and Kathy Roots own number 8. His second night in this car for the week, Colby Thornhill out of Enumclaw, Washington. And Colby Thornhill bypassing the infield so that Ashley Llewellyn could get a word with him. So we'll try and grab him perhaps later in the redraw for a small discussion, or perhaps later in these heat races. Heat race number 2 is going to line up like this. Starting in the inside front row from Gaston, it's the Aloha Sanitation Service, Champion Signs, Western Ironworks, Mikey's Garage, Fellows Ranches, KPC in Don Trent. Outside of him, the 0-2, the Rowdy Energy Drink, Torgerson Racing, Glendale, Arizona native, Rider Racing Engine Powered Eagle Chassis, Ashton Torgerson. Starting second row inside, it will be car number 72 from Laurel, Montana, CM Tree Service, Timberline Crane and Rigging, Pacific Recycling, Kading Performance Center, Rogers Racing Engines Powered Maxim, and Phil Dietz. Starting outside, second row in the 77L as he's being scored from Langley, British Columbia, Canada, the Chilliwack, Ford, Kershaw Performance Engines, Capstone Plastering, Toy Car, Creative Eagle, Levi Klatt. Starting fifth in the 33 out of Roseburg, WSK Machine, Sims Electric, Holt Drilling Tools, Maxim, Kyle Alberding. And sixth in the grid in the 8R, Doug and Kathy Roots, the car owners, the team out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, the racer out of Mather, California, the Roots Racing, Richmond Engines Powered Triple X, Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry, your current Speed Week Northwest point leader, as the field fires up for heat race number 2.
I can't escape this hell. So many times I've tried, but I'm still caged inside. Somebody get me through this nightmare. I can't control myself.
All right, heat race number 2, featuring on the front row Don Trent, Ashton Torgerson. Torgerson never here before. Don Trent has 2 career starts here with Speed Week Northwest, 13th last year. His best result, a 13th place finish, as they're going to get the signal to go green out of turn number 4 next time by. Don Trent from just down the road in Gaston. A lot of wingless experience here. Ashton Torgerson, a graduate from the micro ranks in midget experience, and now in 360 sprint cars. Talking to him before the races last night, sounds like some 410s or experience is going to be checked off the bucket list here in the fall if everything goes right. Torgerson from Glendale, Arizona. So Oregon, Arizona, the front row. You've got Montana, BC, California, and Oregon also represented in the field. Out of turn number 4, heat race number 2 of 3 is set to get underway here at Sunset Speedway Park. Green flag. Ashton Torgerson in the 0-2 is going to get to the front early. No doubt. On this size of racetrack, micro sprint and midget experience premium right now. Levi Klatt running in second, while Phil Dietz is up to third. Caleb Henry from 6th to 4th is a +2 at the moment. Kyle Alberding 5th, and 6th is Don Trent. Ashton Torgerson trying to extend the race lead over your current runner-up, Levi Klatt. Green flag conditions continue to unfold here. It's Phil Dietz riding around in the 72, trying to make something happen with Levi Klatt. Just as I say that, it looks like the 8R of Caleb Henry coming into the fold, trying to pick up on some valuable heat race finishing points. Caleb Henry second quickest in time trials. Trying to go from a 6 to 3 run here. Ashton Torgerson has opened things up. 3.160 seconds as Henry really gasses it up. Now he's going to try and sweep around the outside of Phil Dietz. Going to have to settle for fourth at the moment as we've got 6 laps complete and 2 to go. Ashton Torgerson all in his own zip code right now. White flag. One more trip around the speedway for the teenager. As Phil Dietz is pulled in the infield. That was your third place runner, and that will promote the 8R of Caleb Henry to third as checkered banner waving for Ashton Torgerson. Second place battle coming down to the wire. It will be Levi Platt at the line. Caleb Henry third, fourth Kyle Alberding, Don Trent fifth, and sixth in the scored position will be the 72 of Phil Dietz. So make some noise for Ashton Torgerson as he will win heat race number 2, and we'll send things down to Ashley with a quick word.
How about now? Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, I was just talking to myself. Okay, I'll fill you guys in on the conversation. So Ashton, first time visit in a wing sprint car. How you think the track's shaping up so far? I mean, I know it's kind of hard to gauge when you get the front row jump like that, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we came into Speed Week kind of late, but we had some pretty good runs. First 2 nights, and it was a lot bigger track than this, and so just trying to get used to a smaller track here, and qualifying we need to be a little bit better. But heat race right there felt pretty good, so can't thank my guys enough, Brandon, Lee, and everyone else that's helping me out here. Hopefully that's enough points to put me closer to the front for the main and see what we can do.
Well, there we go. We'll see you a little bit later on. Ben, back up to you.
Thanks a lot, Ashley, as we are set for our third and final heat race for the Western Sprint Tour. The Pure Addiction Diesel Performance, Perfection Automotive, Hearst Precision Parts, Robin Schonberger, EXP Realty, Home Built Engine, Maxim Chassis from Forest Grove, Jojo Batalgia scheduled to start on the inside pole. Outside of her in the 37 from Helena, Montana, the Kirkness Roofing and Construction, RCM Motorsports, Flawless Auto Body, Chevrolet of Helena, Shark Racing Engine, Triple X, Trevor Kirkland. Row 2 inside out of Graham, Washington. In the Borden's Auto Parts, Hooper Construction, Factory Cane Shocks, Cloudy and Cloud Storage, Don Ott Powered, Triple X of Jordy Meese. Fourth in the grid from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, the Prevost Racing, Papek Motorsports, Dennis Dirtworks, Jeb Transport, Hawkeye Hydrovac, Carlin Services, Roland Seeds, Eagle. That's Kelly Miller. Third and final row will be a pairing of the number 7s. The J&K Auto Repair, Ed Glazier Auto Chlor Systems, Northwest Race Solvents, Napa Willamette Valley Auto Parts, Harvest Valley Specialties, IBW Local 280. BC Motorsports, Button Plumbing, Double R Powder Coating, Bunts Equipment, Rocket Designs, James Gang Pizza, Kistler X1. There's Tyler Thompson. Last but not least, your third quick qualifier earlier in the program out of Clovis, California, the Johnston Industries Apparel Company, Gary Silva Ranches, Fortitude Driver Development, Smith Titanium, Walker Filtration Systems, K1 Race Gear, Bell Helmets, Air T Speed Equipment, Kading Performance, Ryder Racing Engines Maxim, and car number 10, Dominic Gordon. That is your lineup for heat race number 3.
Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Looking for adventure. And whatever comes our way.
Field showing off as of right now. If we were to win the 50-50 ticket, $532 to win, courtesy of Battleground High School Cheerleading. $532 to win right now. Be sure and buy your tickets while you can. All right, third and final heat race set to get going here. $37 to Trevor Kirkland pulling into the pit area and going back to the transport, while the 39 of JoJo Batalja, her first wing sprint car start, electing to go to the back. So that is why things are dramatically different than what it looked like with the announcement of the original lineup. Kelly Miller from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, and Jordy Meese on the front row. This is Meese's first time here with Speed Week Northwest, while Kelly Miller, fourth at this event last year, is looking for his fourth career start at this venue. Green is out, and we're underway. Kelly Miller in the 2 junior getting out in front with the initial race lead. Dominic Gordon originally 6th in the starting lineup. Oh my, Gordon getting crossed up a little bit behind Jordy Meese and will spin out, and yellow will fly with 0 laps complete and 8 remaining. So complete restart upcoming and a tough break for Dominic Gordon, but the best news is we don't have any laps completed, and he was starting towards the rear portion of the field to begin with. All right, Kelly Miller and Jordy Meese still the front row in this one. As we said earlier, Kelly Miller, 4 wins on the year, all with ASCS Frontier Region competition, May 19th, 20th, and June 16th at Big Sky Speedway in Billings, Montana, and a June 15th win at Gallatin Speedway in Belgrade, Montana. Jordy Meese to his outside from Graham, Washington. Green is out. Here we go. Take 2 to try and get 1 lap down. Tyler Thompson in car number 7, settling in 3rd. Kelly Miller again, the race leader. Jordy Meese 2nd. Dominic Gordon up to 4th in car number 10. While the 39 JoJo Batalja rounds out the running order in 5th. Dominic Gordon in the 10 entry, trying to get past Thompson, but Thompson has bigger plans. Thompson moves up into 2nd with a brilliant overtake, lunging underneath the 24 of Jordy Meese. The 10 of Dominic Gordon trying to keep within reach of the 24 of Meese. 3 laps complete, 5 to go. The gap between 1st and 2nd, 1.655 between Kelly Miller and Tyler Thompson. 4 laps complete and 4 to go. Kelly Miller Tyler Thompson, Jordy Meese, Dominic Gordon, and Jojo Batalgia. Third place, unsettled. We got 3 trips around the Speedway remaining in this one. Kelly Miller showing no signs of slowing down. A 2+ second gap over the current runner-up. And Kelly Miller a lap away from the victory here in heat race number 3. It was Washington and Arizona getting heats 1 and 2. Count it for Alberta, Canada in heat 3. Kelly Miller your winner, Tyler Thompson second. Jordy Meese will be scored third, Dominic Scelzi fourth, Jojo Batalgia will finish in fifth. Trevor Kirkland a DNS. And Kelly Miller, no doubt a big result for the 2 junior team. They led the first 8 laps at Grays Harbor Raceway until getting passed on lap 8 after a restart. And we're going to send him down to Ashley to grab a quick word with Kelly Miller.
Hello? Just checking. Okay. Kelly, you had a 4th place finish here last year, and I got to tell you, you have experience over about 12 drivers here. Do you think you're going to have an upper hand advantage when it comes time for the racing later on tonight?
I sure hope so. You know, it just shows that we don't give up and we keep coming back for sure. We've had some good speed here the last couple nights, and hopefully we can continue it tonight.
There you go. Ben, back up to you.
Thanks a lot, Ashley. And just like that, heat race action for the Western Sprint Tour 360 sprint cars has concluded. We have heat races for the open 4 cylinders and the street stocks upcoming. We're going to get those totals for the points for the WST to figure out A, who's in the dash, and B, where everyone else will start. So that will be the next bit to solve for there. No B mains tonight, so we've just got heat races left, dashes. The other additional companion divisions will be running trophy dashes later in the program, and then we will have main events, just like that. Bing, bang, boom. On a Monday night here in gorgeous and scenic Banks, Oregon. One heat race is scheduled for each division. Eight laps, the contested distance. So, Dan Bedoin, pardon me, in the 4X, paired up with Zach Del Rempel on the pole. Brad Gentry in the 4G, sharing front row honors with Greg Davidson in the 32. Row 3 will be the 27 John Cardwell and Peyton Gary in the 31. Piper Dersham in car 4, Max Sanford in the 3, and driving the 68, Connor Foster bringing up the rear. 9 cars, 8 laps, one and only open 4-cylinder heat race coming up. Out of turn 4, green flag. And here we go. Zach Del Rempel in car number 0 trying to get past Dan Bedoin for the race lead. Bedoin on the bottom, Del Rempel up top. Dan Bedoin leading lap 1. Del Rempel in the 0 is a close second. Greg Davidson 3rd. Peyton Gary 4th. 5th is Brad Gentry. Three laps in this one. Dan Bedoin leads. Zach Del Rempel second. Greg Davidson, Brad Gentry, Peyton Gary, Max Sanford 6th, John Cardwell 7th, Piper Dersham. A little bit of battle brewing there in the back for 8th between her and Connor Foster. Oh my, Greg Davidson. Some bicycle action coming out of the 4th corner. Able to keep the dirty side down. And Brad Gentry in the 4G looking for the sweeping pass around the outside. It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by as your leader, Dan Bedoin. We'll bring him to the start-finish line. Brad Gentry making the top work. And Piper Dersham has come to a halt in turns 1 and 2. And that'll bring this race to a halt. Don't forget, over $500 to win for tonight's 50-50 ticket drawing already. Still early. And so some big money potentially on the line here at Sunset Speedway Park. That's courtesy of Battleground High School Cheerleading. As the restart order, Dan Bedoin your leader, Zach Del Rempel 2nd, Greg Davidson 3rd, Brad Gentry 4th, Peyton Gary is 5th, Max Sanford 6th, John Cardwell 7th, Connor Foster will restart 8th, Piper Dersham 9th. Safety crew attending to the 4 Piper Dersham, but Dersham able to fire the machine back up and will rejoin the field. 5 laps complete and 3 to go. Out of turn 4, green is out. Back on her way. Dan Bedoin trying to put the finishing touches on this as the battle between Greg Davidson and Brad Gentry getting real. Gentry in the 4G, one of the only drivers making the top work, and it looks like Peyton Gary in car number 31 trying to roll the top 2. As white flag is out, one more trip around the speedway for Dan Bedoin. Final set of corners coming up for Dan Bedoin in car number 4X. And Dan Bedoin will be your winner in the one only open 4-cylinder heat race. Zach Dalrymple second, Brad Gentry third, Peyton Gary will finish in 4th. Greg Davidson 5th, Max Sanford 6th, John Cardwell 7th, Connor Foster 8th, Piper Dersham 9th. Make some noise as he comes around for Dan Bedoin in car number 4X, your open 4-cylinder heat race winner. Up next, American Classic one only heat race, an 8-lap contest. All right, so Andrew Olson in the 23 is going to be paired up with Rod Lowe in the 02 on the front row. Don Croy, 24, is starting third. Then you've got the 04C. It's Kyle Cohen in the red, white, and blue 04C. The straight 04, Scott Bedoin, and Chris Beard in car number 10E. 6 cars, 8 laps, one and only heat race for the American Classics. They come out of turn number 4. Green flag. Andrew Olson on the bottom gets to P1 in the 23. Here comes Don Croy, full send mode in the 24 entry, trying to overtake both Rod Lowe as well as Andrew Olson, as Andrew Olson will lead lap number 1. Don Croy to P2. Rod Lowe is third, then it's Kyle Cohen fourth. Oh my, big hit! Big hit in turn number 2. Scott Bedoin, heavy crash. And we are red. Obliterating the water barrel in turn number 2, the 04 of Scott Bedoin. We'll keep you on the condition of that driver as soon as we get any sort of information. One lap officially scored complete, 7 to go. Joey Tardio, normally the driver of this entry. Scott Bedoin piloting it this evening.
Well, everyone, driver is working his way out of the car, reporting that he is okay. Please give him a big hand.
Thanks a lot, Ashley. A scary scene as that was a full speed hit. There's that gap in turn 2 that these cars exit off of, and there's a water barrel that got launched like Donkey Kong gripped it and threw it a good distance, and it has splashed water all over this racetrack, and that front end just annihilated But as Ashley said, good news. Scott Bedoin working his way out of the race car. Well, the cleanup continues in turn number 2, final heat race of the night, and coming up next is going to be the redraw in the dash for the Western Sprint Tour. It sounds like the dashes for both the Open 4-cylinders and the American Classics not going to take place, as this is going to take a bit of time, not just to remove the 0-4, but also to soak up all that water. We've got concessions on sale. Be sure and take advantage of the delicious food that is in the concession stands. Also, the Sunset Speedway Park souvenir stand open for business. And one of the first things that you saw when you entered through the front gates, the Western Sprint Tour pop-up tent has apparel for sale, sweatshirts and t-shirts. Be sure and check those out. Those are freshly minted off the press. It sounds like before the dash redraw for the sprint cars, we do have a couple of entries that are going to fire off and just take some courtesy laps to make sure that their motors are properly running. And we can't skip out 50/50 raffle tickets still on sale. Battleground High School cheerleaders, over $500 to win. We'll keep you posted as that amount no doubt will be growing through the course of the evening. Battleground High School cheerleaders selling 50/50 raffle tickets tonight.
Sing a song, make a friend, can't we all get along?
All right, field is getting fired up. And we're about to resume racing competition here for the American Classics. 1 lap down, 7 to go. As the field was slowing down, the 24, Don Croy, taking a pretty massive hit to the front end of that machine. That was your second place runner. So the wreckage is cleaned up. Now what the issue is all that water that was spilled from that water barrel that splashed all over the racing surface. So they got to make sure that everything, the racetrack conditions are safe now. And it looks like a replacement water barrel has been put in, the substitute water barrel.
tonight.
I ain't rich, but I damn sure wanna be. Working like a dog all day ain't working for me. I wish I had a rich uncle that'd kick the bucket and I was sitting on a pile like Warren Buffett. I know everybody says money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a boat. It can buy me a truck to pull. It can buy me a Yeti 110 ass down with some silver bullets. Yeah, and I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Maybe so, but it can buy me a boat. They call me redneck, white trash, and blue collar. But I could change all that if I had a couple $1 million. I keep hearing that money is the root of all evil, and you can't fit a camel through the eye of a needle. I'm sure that's probably true, but it still sounds pretty cool, 'cause it could buy me a boat. It could buy me a truck to pull. It can buy me a Yeti 110 ice down with some silver bullets. Yeah, and I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Well, maybe so, but it can buy me a boat. Float down on the water with a beer. I hear the Powerball lotto is sitting on 100 mil. Well, that'll buy me a brand new riding reel, and it can buy me a boat. It could buy me a truck to pull it. It could buy me a Yeti 110 ass down with some silver bullets. Yeah, and I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Well, maybe so, but it can buy me a boat. Yeah, and I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Well, maybe so, but it can buy me a boat. It can buy me a boat.
Number 2, that is the reason for the delay here, as we are going to be drawing the 50-50 winning ticket very soon, so have your tickets handy. All right, so break out those tickets. We just drew a winning ticket for $552. That's what's at stake. So we're going to wait for some representatives of the Battleground High School cheerleaders to report below the flag stand. We'll try and do it when the cars are not on the front stretch too, so that we can hear it just a little bit better. Okay. So we're looking for a red ticket number 0763601. 0763601 is tonight's 50-50 ticket winner. So they checked. It's not a pit ticket. We know that, and it's not a part of a round of donation tickets. 0763601. That is your winning ticket. See the Battleground High School cheerleaders and just by the flag stand, 0763601 for $552. We'll just verify the ticket number once we have a potential winner. $0763601. That's what we're looking for. We'll do it. We'll do it a couple of times. We might have to draw a new ticket. 0763601. Oh, looks like we might have a winner. Oh, we were just about to draw another ticket, so this is this guy's lucky day. Holy cow. Well, no wonder it took so long. Look at that. An anaconda roll of tickets. And, yeah, make sure the winning one doesn't detach. $552. All right, let's double check it. We got to make it official here. We got a winner. Congratulations and thanks for supporting Battleground High School cheerleaders. $552 richer. All right, getting the track really ran in now as we are moments away from resuming action. So Andrew Olson is the race leader in car number 23. 24, Don Croy restarting second. Rod Lowe in the 02 is third. Fourth, Kyle Cohen and Chris Beard fifth. All right, double file restart behind the leader. Andrew Olson will get the party restarted with 7 laps to go. Andrew Olson to the lead. Rod Lowe now second in the 02. Don Croy third. Kyle Cohen fourth. And Chris Beard is in fifth. That's all that we've got on the track left, as Kyle Cohen suffered some damage while trying to stop for the red earlier in the race. Olson pushing things out to a 1.431 second lead. Andrew Olson, Rod Lowe, Don Croy, 1, 2, and 3 in the current running order. Expecting the white flag this time by one more trip around the speedway for Andrew Olson once he hits the start-finish line. And oh no, Rod Lowe out of shape. It's going to allow Don Croy to challenge for second. Croy around the outside. And your winner of the American Classic Heat Race will go to Andrew Olson. Olson, your winner. Don Croy finishes in second. Third, Rod Lowe. Fourth, Kyle Cohen. And Chris Beard will round up the finishing order in fifth, as Scott Bedoin will be sixth. All right, so coming up, we're going to get a couple of drivers some courtesy laps to make sure that their power plants are operating correctly. One of them being Trevor Kirkland. I think the other one was Phil Dietz. So the two racers out of Montana going to shake things down here. All right, some courtesy laps here for the 72 of Phil Dietz and the 37 of Trevor Kirkland. All right, so we are going to have the 6 drivers a part of the Trophy Dash. They will be going for 6 laps, and where they finish is where they will start in tonight's feature. But We don't know where they're going to start, so we're going to do a redraw. That's upcoming. Just going to make sure they get situated in the infield first, and this is going to be one of those fun redraws. It's White Christmas racing style a little bit, kind of. It's not one of those things you can take it twice and it stays put. No, not like that. One and done. So the drivers a part of the redraw: Levi Klatt, Kelly Miller, Dominic Selsey, Colton Heath, Tyler Thompson, and Caleb Henry. And only 2 drivers in the field have a Speed Week Northwest win. Colton Heath, who got the Speed Week opener last year on July 22nd at Skagit Speedway, and Logan Forler, last time he won a Speed Week race, July 6th, 2014, the place we go tomorrow, Cottage Grove Speedway. So we're going to have all 6 drivers get out of their mounts, and they're going to report to Ashley Llewellyn. We're going to conduct this redraw. For referencing purposes, she's going to be in the infield for all those drivers. And so, Ashley, you have some of the drivers, and it looks like you've got one that has a 5th place finish here back in 2019, and Tyler Thompson.
All right, you guys, if you could make your way down towards me. Caleb, Dom. Hey, good to see you. We'll also need Caleb Henry, Colton Heath. All right, they're making their way down. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to draw them in order. They have a secret little envelope. They're not going to open the piece of paper. You guys, there's going to be a test. Not going to open the piece of paper, okay? We were going to have a hula hoop contest, but I decided that we would not do that. So we're going to pull the envelope, wait, and then we'll open them after you guys get a chance to trade. So we've done something similar like this before. Okay. Caleb Henry, you're first. So you got to draw a surprise envelope. Don't open it yet. Don't even try to peek at the number. Tyler Thompson will draw. Dominic Selsey will draw. No opening.
Feels like a 6.
He says it feels like a 6. It could be a 9.
That probably would be a 9.
He says it probably would be a 9. Kelly Miller's got his number, Colton's got his number, and Levi Klatt has his number. So Levi, don't open it yet. You get the opportunity to trade with someone, a blind trade. Do you want to keep it or would you like to trade it?
I'd like to keep it.
He's going to keep it. Colton Heath, how about you?
Let me look at it real quick.
No peeking.
I'll keep it.
Oh, he's going to keep it. Okay, Kelly Miller, you going to keep it or trade it?
I'll take Colton's.
He's going to take Colton Heath's. All right, they're going to do a swap. Dominic, good to see you.
Give me that shit, Levi. Get over here.
Dom's always wanted to make it exciting. Tyler, what are you going to do with your number?
I'll take that one.
No.
He's going to take the one that Dominic worked so hard to steal. And then how about you?
Keep it.
All right, they're going to keep it. Go ahead and open up yours. Caleb Henry, he is going to have the number 1. Number 1 for Caleb Henry. Number 6 for Tyler Thompson. Thank you. He's tossing that. Number 3 for Dominic Selsey. Kelly Miller's got the number 2. Colton, he crumpled it up. It's the number 5 for Colton. And the number 4 for Levi Klatt. All right, they're going to get in their cars and get ready. So that was much shorter than a hula hoop contest. I mean, I feel like one of them could have gone for several minutes. Undecided who. I'm not going to, make assumptions, but.
Yeah, exactly. And, you're probably the measuring stick and could have beat them all, and you would have been starting on the pole of tonight's dash.
No hula hooping for me. I'm not sure if I could do that. I'm too old.
Okay, so this is what things are going to look like as they strap in and put the helmets on. Starting on the inside front row will be the Doug and Kathy Roots own number 8R. The team is out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada. The racer out of Mather, California. And the Roots Racing Richmond Engines XXX, that is Caleb Henry. To his outside, the 2 junior, The only driver, by the way, that won a heat race that is in tonight's dash, the Prevost Racing, Pat Beck Motorsports, Dennis Dirtworks, Eagle Chassis from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, Kelly Miller. Row 2 inside, the 41 from Fresno, California. The Selzy Motorsports, Whipple Superchargers, Redline Oil, Kistler-powered Maxim starting third, Dominic Selzy. Starting fourth in the 77 out of Langley, British Columbia, the Chilliwack Ford, Kershaw Performance Engines, Capstone Plastering Eagle, Levi Klatt. Fifth in the grid, the 33 Motorsports owned entry out of Marysville, Washington. The CJE Garage, Mount Baker Landscaping, Mount Baker Trucking Car. 33H running a Triple X that is Colton Heath. While starting in position number 6, it's the J&K Auto Repair at Glacier Auto Chlor Systems, Northwest Race Solvents, Kistler Powered X1 Chassis from Harrisburg, Tyler Thompson. All right, set to go green this time by it's California and Alberta on the front row, though the Californian's car comes from the Pacific province of BC. Caleb Henry, Kelly Miller, both of them seeking their first career Speed Week Northwest victories. How they finish is where they will start in tonight's main event. Dominic Selzy, Levi Klatt, Colton Heath, Tyler Thompson, the rest of the starting order. Out of turn number 4, green flag. Kelly Miller on the top side of the racetrack, able to try and seize the lead, but Caleb Henry going to give him a run for his money down below. Dominic Selzy up to third. Fourth is Levi Klatt, as Caleb Henry can't make the necessary pass on Kelly Miller for position number 1. Here comes Dominic Selzy now in the 41 entry, skidding on the inside of Caleb Henry. Claymaker coming out of the 41 is Selzy. Selzy to P2. Kelly Miller, Dominic Selzy, followed by Caleb Henry. Fourth is a fight between Levi Klatt and Tyler Thompson. Colton Heath riding in 6th. We're halfway home this time by 3 laps complete, 3 laps to go. Kelly Miller, your leader, but Dominic Selzy keeping it close as it's half a second. The gap between P1 and P2, and Dominic Selzy just went purple on lap number 3. Less than half a second now between your top 2. White flag is going to be waving. This time about is Kelly Miller, your leader. Dominic Selzy trying to close down. This is for the inside front row starting position. Selzy had an opportunity there, not quite able to capitalize. Here comes Selzy trying to go maybe around the top now, dive off the bottom, but Kelly Miller will sit on the pole of tonight's feature. Dominic Selzy second, Caleb Henry third. Fourth at the line, Levi Klatt, Tyler Thompson fifth, and Colton Heath will start in position number 6. How about it, race fans, for Kelly Miller, your Trophy Dash winner from Lethbridge, Alberta. So, all prelim action is completed. Nothing but main events from here on out. 15 laps the distance for the open 4-cylinder feature. That is going to be rolling on the racetrack next. Zach Dalrymple and Dan Bedoin the front row. Dalrymple in the 0, Bedoin in car number 4X. Peyton Gary in the 31, Brad Gentry the 4G. Greg Davidson 32, 27, and John Cardwell. And the 4 Piper Dersham bringing up the rear as the 68 of Connor Foster reporting in the infield.
Well, Ben, the 68 was a little slow to start, but it fired right up. They should be back into competition.
Thanks a lot, Ashley. As the 68 of Foster, they're trying to motion him to get back on the racetrack. Dan Bedoin and Zach Dalrymple, your pole sitters. Going green out of turn number 4. This time by 15 laps of open 4-cylinder action is underway. Dalrymple up top, Bedoin down low, and oh my, getting sideways off of the backstretch, Greg Davidson in the 32, and Davidson parks it in the infield. Lap number 1 will be led by Dan Bedoin. Here comes Peyton Gary with a rush up top in car number 31. Brad Gentry also trying to make the high side work. Zach Dalrymple in the 0 on the bottom, settling for 4th. In the top 5, completed by John Cardwell. Bedoin leading, but by a slim 0.178 seconds at the moment. Dan Bedoin going purple on lap number 3. Peyton Gary second. Brad Gentry third. Riding in fourth, Zach Del Rimp. A little bit of 5-car DRS train for a Formula One reference. As sixth belongs to Connor Foster. Piper Dersham seventh. Piper Dersham in the crosshairs of your race leaders. She's in danger of going down a lap. And trouble, oh no, tire and wheel disconnecting off the right rear, the 31 of Peyton Gary, your second place runner, very well may be out of this race. 5 laps complete and 10 to go. On the hook, Peyton Gary. Tentatively going 20 laps, the American Classics. And 30 laps for the Western Sprint Tour feature. That is what we have left in the program. Dan Bedoin about to get things restarted here in P1. Double file restart behind your leader, Dan Bedoin. Green flag. Bedoin to the point. Brad Gentry now putting a bid in for second. Del Rimple third, and fourth, the 27 of John Cardwell. Connor Foster is the fifth and final car in the top 5. Piper Dersham sixth in car number 4. Dan Bedoin leading by about a second and a half. Piper Dersham again coming into the picture. Is 10 down, 5 remaining for the driver of the 4X. Brad Gentry second, Zach Del Rimple third, fourth. John Cardwell, Connor Foster fifth. Dersham goes down a lap. Trouble for the 68 of Connor Foster. Foster losing power and will pull into the infield. No yellow, we stay green with 3 to go. White flag coming for your race leader, Dan Bedoin, has paced the field. One more trip around the Speedway. Dan Bedoin is going to be your open four-cylinder winner tonight here at Sunset Speedway Park. Brad Gentry second, Zach Dalrymple third, John Cardwell fourth, Piper Dersham, last car to finish, will be fifth. Connor Foster sixth, Peyton Gary seventh, Greg Davidson eighth, Max Sanford ninth. Make some noise for Dan Bedoin, your winner of your open four-cylinder A main. One main complete and 2 to go. 20-lap American Classic feature is about to get on the racetrack. Tentatively, this is a 20-lap contest. Five cars, 20 laps. Andrew Olson and Don Croy, the front row. Rod Lowe in the 02 and the 04C. Kyle Cohen fourth. Chris Beard fifth. At a turn 4, green flag. One lap in, and Andrew Olson is the leader. Don Croy in second. Rod Lowe third. Kyle Cohen, though, going to take the position away as lots of smoke coming out of the O2 of Croy. Rod Lowe into the infield. We stay green. Andrew Olson operating in lap traffic, going to put Chris Beard down a lap, successfully makes that pass. Andrew Olson plowing away, goes purple on lap 6. Andrew Olson still cruising away in car number 23. Don Croy second, Kyle Cohen third, Chris Beard fourth. Chris Beard, the only car not on the lead lap, is Andrew Olson cruising around the Banks Bull Ring. Still managing to put together the fastest laps of this race, lap after lap. Halfway home this time by, 10 down and 10 to go. Don Croy, P2. Kyle Cohen is still third. Those are the other remaining cars on the lead lap. Andrew Olson has showed the way the whole entire time. Seven laps to go. Don Croy really hiking up the left front in car number 24. Able to keep all four on the floor, though, as it comes down. Five circuits remaining for Andrew Olson in car 23. Andrew Olson, Don Croy, Kyle Cohen, your lead lap runners. 5.291 seconds is the gap between first and second, and about 4 seconds between second and third. 3 laps to go. White flag for Andrew Olson. One more trip around the speedway for driver of car number 23. Into turn 3, exiting corner number 4. Andrew Olson will win it. A dominating performance, leading every single lap. Don Croy finishes in second. And third is going to be Kyle Cohen. Chris Beard fourth, and Rod Lowe will be fifth. Andrew Olson, a dominating performance in car number 23 to earn the American Classic feature. As coming up next is going to be the Western Sprint Tour 360 main event. We'll introduce the field here in just a couple moments. Good opportunity to get up, use the bathroom one last time, or the concession stands. Eighteen cars are scheduled to travel the distance of 30 laps here on this quarter-mile clay oval we call Sunset Speedway Park. A history of the race winners of this event: 2008, Roger Crockett winning the first time. Kyle Hurst in 2010, Roger Crockett going back-to-back in 2016 and 17. Steven Tyner, 2018, Mitchell Facino, 2019, while 2021, Justin Cox, and getting the job done last year, Tanner Holmes. Starting in position number 18 as we introduce the field from back to front. Car number 39 in the Pure Addiction Diesel Performance Perfection Automotive Maxim chassis from Forest Grove, Jojo Batalgia. Starting inside in car number 37 of row number 9. 17th starting position for the Kirkness Roofing and Construction RCM Motorsports Flawless Autobody Triple X Shark Racing Engine Power Plant for Helena, Montana's Trevor Kirkland. Row number 8 to the outside, starting in position number 16, the 34. He's out of Deer Island, the Richmond Engines and Diesel, Beaverton Auto Parts, Bonics and Auto Repair, Triple X of TJ Richmond. Starting in the 15th place position from Gaston, the Aloha Sanitation Service, Champion Signs, Western Ironworks, KPC, Don Trent. Row 7 will feature a pairing on the outside front row from Laurel, Montana. The CM Tree Service, Timberline Crane and Rigging, Pacific Recycling, Rogers Racing Engines Powered Maxim, driven by Phil Dietz out of Laurel, Montana. Starting in 13th to 14, she is out of Fresno, California, the M&L Plumbing, TJ Forge, Kading Performance Center, Don Ott Maxim of Mariah Ead. 6th row outside in car number 24 from Graham, Washington, the Borden's Auto Parts, Huper Construction Factory, Kane Shocks, Don Ott, Triple X, Jordy Meese. Starting in 11th, the Glendale, Arizona native and the Rowdy Energy Drink, Torgerson Racing, Ryder Racing Engines Powered Eagle, the car out of Fresno, California, Ashton Torgerson. Starting row number 5 outside, the 33, that is Kyle Alberting out of Roseburg and the WSK Machine. Holt Drilling Tools, Sims Electric Maxim, while starting in position number 9 in the Doug and Kathy Roots, Richmond Engines, Triple X Chassis, the team out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada. The racer is from Enumclaw, Washington, Colby Thornhill. Row number 4 outside, a winner of one Speed Week Northwest race in his career, July 6, 2014, at Cottage Grove Speedway, the Steve Forler Trucking, Schoenfeld Headers, Peterbilt Trucks, Fisher Racing Engines, Maxim, now calling Boise, Idaho home these days, the 2L of Logan Forler. Starting in position number 7, it'll be the 10, the young man out of Clovis, California, the Gary Silva Ranches, Johnson Industries Apparel Company, Fortitude Driver Development, Ryder Racing Engines, Maxim, and Dominic Gordon. Starting in 6th, the 33 Motorsports owned entry from Marysville, Washington, in the CJE Garage, Mount Baker Landscaping, Mount Baker Trucking, Triple X, Colton Heath, in car 33H. Starting 5th in the J&K Auto Repair, Ed Glazier Auto Chlor Systems, Northwest Race Solvents, Napa Willamette Valley Auto Parts, Kistler X1 Chassis, out of Harrisburg, Tyler Thompson. Lining up in position number 4, the Chilliwack Ford, Kershaw Performance Engines, Capstone Plastering Eagle from Langley, British Columbia, Canada, Levi Klatt. In the Doug and Kathy Roots own number 8R, the team out of Langley, BC, the racer out of Mather, California, the Roots Racing Richmond Engines, Triple X of Caleb Henry. To your front row, starting positions. Starting outside pole in the Selzy Motorsports, Whipple Superchargers, Redline Oil Fuel Delivery Services, Kistler Maxim out of Fresno, California, Dominic Selzy. To the inside of Selzy in the 2 Junior, the Prevost Racing, Pat Beck Motorsports, Dennis Dirtworks Eagle from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, Kelly Miller. We mentioned that Logan Forler has one career Speed Week Northwest victory to his credit. The only other driver in the field that has done so, July 22nd of last year in the Speed Week opener at Skagit Speedway, Colton Heath. Everyone else looking for their first win, and a new winner on the list will be put on at the History of Speed Week Northwest here at Sunset Speedway Park. Ready to shove off here in just a moment.
I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. I see this life like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs, seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I could lie, couldn't lie, could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the
All right, we're going to quickly get into this main event as we have a curfew that we want to not go over. For the 9th time in Speed Week Northwest history, the Western Sprint Tour is here. Sunset Speedway Park. It is time to batten down the hatches, quickly lock the doors as things are going to get wild here at the Banks Bull Ring. Kelly Miller, Dominic Scelzi, front row. Here we go. Green flag. Dominic Scelzi trying to seize the early lead from Kelly Miller. It'll be Scelzi to the point. Caleb Henry is running in third. Is Kelly Miller currently holding on to second. Levi Klatt is fourth. Fifth place is Tyler Thompson. Scelzi will lead the opening stanza here in car number 41. Dominic Gordon sixth. Logan Forler seventh. Battle for eighth between car number 8, Colby Thornhill and Kyle Alberding. Ashton Torgerson rounding up the top 10 in position number 10. Behind them, it is a melee for 11th on back, as it looks like Torgerson making the necessary move underneath Colby Thornhill. Oh my, big wheel stand off the back straightaway for Ashton Torgerson. Torgerson sacrificing position number 9. Smoke starting to come out of the side of the 0-2, but he's going to reclaim third. It's a great battle here for position. That is number 5 between Tyler Thompson and Dominic Gordon. Gordon in car number 10, trying to roll past the 7 and Tyler Thompson. Thompson denying him the position. As Logan Forler also coming in the mix. Dominic Scelzi, your race leader, starting to catch the tail in the field. 2 cars have retired early. The 39 of Jojo Batalji and the 37 of Trevor Kirkland. Last car on the lead lap is the 34 TJ Richmond, scored in 16th place. Dominic Scelzi has led every single lap thus far. 6 laps complete and 24 to go. Kelly Miller second. Caleb Henry third. Levi Klatt fourth. Tyler Thompson still in 5th. 6th is Dominic Gordon. 7th, Logan Forler 8th. Kyle Alberding 9th. Ashton Torgerson. Now Jordy Meese is 10th. Colby Thornhill, Colton Heath, Phil Dietz, Mariah Eid. The rest of your lead lap running order is 2 lap cars between positions 1 and 2. The 78 of Don Trent, the 34 of TJ Richmond are in between your leader Dominic Scelzi and the 2 junior Kelly Miller. Miller trying to quickly get through some of the lap traffic, trying to do a double overtake here and to successfully make the pass on Trent and Richmond. The 8R Caleb Henry, 1 lap car between 2nd and 3rd. Is Scelzi's right on the rear end of the 14 of Mariah Eid for 10 laps into this one and 20 to go. Kelly Miller trying to close down the gap. It's 1.824 seconds. Last tap by at the start-finish line. Now Scelzi really having to work the wheel. As Mariah Eid trying to stay on the lead lap, Scelzi going underneath her. Here comes Kelly Miller coming into play here. Still no overtake of Scelzi as the yellow is out, caution waving. Caution is out with 10 laps complete. Sounds like a spin and keeping going. The driver that was running 3rd, Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry off of the racetrack and in the work area. Right rear flat tire for the 8R of Henry as they're trying to make the necessary repairs to get him back out. Henry, the points leader for Speed Week Northwest, entering tonight. Dominic Scelzi, his best finish, a pair of 7th place results at Siskiyou Motor Speedway in Wairika, California, and Southern Oregon Speedway in White City. Waiting for the 8R on what the situation is with Caleb Henry. So the top 5 restart order, Dominic Selzy leading, Kelly Miller second, TJ Richmond third, Levi Klatt and Tyler Thompson. Caleb Henry back on the track. Set to go green out of turn number 4. Next time by beyond the top 5. Keep in mind there is a lap car in the top 5 to 34, TJ Richmond. Dominic Selzy, Kelly Miller running 1 and 2. Levi Klatt 3rd, Tyler Thompson 4th, Dominic Gordon 5th, then it's Logan Forler 6th, 7th, Kyle Alberding 8th, Ashton Torgerson 9th, Jordy Meese 10th is Colby Thornhill. 11th, Colton Heath, 12th, Phil Dietz, 13th is Mariah Eade, and 15th is going to be the 8R of Caleb Henry. Green is out. Quickly getting through lap traffic as Logan Forler is on the march in the 2L. He's getting past the 10 of Dominic Gordon. Dominic Selzy leads, Kelly Miller second, Levi Klatt third, fourth, Tyler Thompson fifth, Logan Forler. Kyle Alberding now going to the inside of Dominic Gordon for sixth. And also Ashton Torgerson in the mix. That is a fight for 7th, 6th, and 8th place in the running order. 9th is inhabited by Jordy Meese, is back in the top 10. Colton Heath in the 33H. Here comes Caleb Henry ripping the top. As we near the halfway mark, Dominic Selzy has led the entire distance. Don Trent in car number 78 pulling in the infield. That was going to be the next car in line to go down laps. Ashton Torgerson trying to maneuver around the 33 of Kyle Alberding. That is position number 7 between those two drivers. Alberding in control of the spot as of right now. Caleb Henry running 11th on the doorstep of trying to make it back into the top 10 in the Doug and Kathy Roots own number 8R. Mariah Eade in car number 14 in the infield. We're going to stay green. Dominic Selzy brought us past the halfway mark last time by 16 down, 14 to go. Now make it 13 laps remaining as lap number 17 gets worked on. Levi Klatt under fire, looking for his first career podium with Speed Week Northwest. The 7 of Tyler Thompson trying to work some magic up high. Tyler Thompson in the 7 entry, going for P3. It would be a first career podium in Speed Week Northwest action for Dominic Selzy and Kelly Miller. Your 1 and 2 runners, Tyler Thompson 3rd, Levi Klatt 4th, 5th is Logan Forler. As traffic again in the mix, TJ Richmond going laps down with 10 to go. Dominic Selzy trying to close things out here. Phil Dietz next in line to go laps down is Kelly Miller. Still holding on to second, 1.370 seconds the gap. That is closed down to a full second right now, 1.075 to be exact. Still fight for 4th in the balance between the 2L of Logan Forler and Levi Klatt. Kelly Miller is reeled in Dominic Selzy. Dominic Selzy trying to hold on. There's now no lap traffic among your top 3. We've got 6 to go. A huge result this would be for Kelly Miller, looking for his 5th win of the season. Overall in 2023, Dominic Selzy his 6th. Selzy on the inside of Phil Dietz. And Dietz is going to go down a lap. How much time will Kelly Miller spend to try and get around the 5-time Montana champion? 1 lap car and about half a second. the distance between positions 1 and 2 as Miller continues to roll the bottom. Selzy still in control. Tyler Thompson third. Fourth, Logan Forler. Fifth is Dominic Gordon. Ashton Torgerson sixth. Levi Klatt is seventh. Klatt, though, trying to take P6 back. Running in eighth is Caleb Henry. Colton Heath ninth, and Jordy Meese 10th. 3 away from the drop of the checkered flag. As Dominic Selzy does have Colby Thornhill in sight. Will he put him a lap down and be an obstacle? We're about to find out, as the white flag will be flying out of the flag stand, this time by when they come out of turn number 4. One more trip around the speedway for Dominic Selzy. Dominic Selzy, Kelly Miller, Tyler Thompson running 1, 2, and 3. And it will be Dominic Selzy, your feature winner. And he'll be the 45th different driver in 136 Speed Week Northwest races to win with the series. Kelly Miller second, Tyler Thompson third, Logan Forler fourth, Dominic Gordon fifth, Ashton Torgerson sixth, Levi Klatt seventh, Caleb Henry eighth, Colton Heath ninth, Jordy Meese 10th, Kyle Alberting finishing in 10th. Kyle Alberting 11th, Colby Thornhill 12th, Phil Dietz 13th, TJ Richmond 14th, Mariah Eade 15th, Don Trent 16th, Trevor Kirkland 17th, and Jojo Batalgia will finish in position number 18. "136 races with this series, and he's the 45th different winner. Make some noise. It's first time ever here for Fresno, California's Dominic Selzy." Out of the car, no doubt excited. His 6th overall win of the season, and the 3rd time he has done it in 360 competition in 2023. Kelly Miller finishing 2nd, Tyler Thompson 3rd. All 3 drivers posting career best finishes here at Sunset Speedway Park. And for Selzy and Miller, their first career podiums with Speed Week Northwest. We're going to send it down to Ashley Llewellyn with a word with tonight's top 3.
Well, Dominic Selzy, your winner, and the check's in the mail. I carried it myself. I'm official UPS postwoman. And I have your trophy, too, if you want to hang on to it. Your first race in over a week, you decide to come up north and try and pick up some extra cash, and you did it.
Yeah, man, it's been a trying year, it seems like. We've had a lot of speed, just, I don't know, just kind of missed victory lane and run out of fuel leading, had bad stuff happen, lap cars get us. I mean, you kind of name it. It's just been a trying year, and I never felt in control of the race tonight. I felt like I was putting a good pace on, but you just never know. I think actually the top of 1 and 2 was probably better there at the end, but I didn't want to move, and I was running like the top and then exiting off the middle down through 3 and 4, and I felt like I had decent pace, but it's a cool little racetrack, really fun. I've been wanting to come here for 7 years. And have never made it here. So I've got a lot of family here tonight, and then it's cool they came out. And thanks for you fans coming out on a Monday night. Sorry it ran a little late, but this was a blast. You guys got an awesome little racetrack here. I look forward to coming back next year, and I want to thank my mom and dad back home watching, my daughters, Nicole, Frank, Josie, Red Rose Transportation, and Selzy Enterprises. You know, that's who makes this happen, and you know, we've got a lot of great partners here, and we've got a good race car right now. I hope that we can continue off this and maybe build a little momentum, but yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was really technical off of 4. It was really fun to, I was quarter throttle off the exit, so that was really, really fun, and it definitely slicked up. So I almost wish that we could have had another 30 laps because I think the top through 1 and 2 was going to get really fun. So hats off to the track crew for you know, giving us a surface that, you know, didn't really chew up tires. It was a, you know, it was a good race for me at least. But thanks for all you fans again for coming out. It was a lot of fun racing here, and I look forward to coming back. Thank you guys.
Give him a big hand. That's Dominic Selzy. Answered all the questions that I had for him. Good job on that one. Kelly Miller, you win your dash, and you had a chance to grasp the win here. It looked like you had some opportunity that was within reach, but was there anything that you could have done differently to steal that #1 spot from Dominic?
You know, it probably would have just taken the right amount of lap traffic. Other than that, I think we're pretty evenly paced there until he found the top, but it was a lot of fun.
Well, good job, and we'll see you on down the road. Your third place finisher is going to be Tyler Thompson. Tyler, I was noticing the track, it seemed like it changed a little bit right around 12 or 10 to go. How do you think it was shaping out throughout the main event?
I think we need another 30 laps because I think it would have been a really good racetrack. It started widening out, and Dom could run the top of 3 and 4. I couldn't quite run all the way around, but it was finally getting really, really tricky, and I think that made the racing really good. And no, they did a great job with the track, and we're just happy to get a good finish tonight.
Well, there you go. And all 3 of these guys is their first time finishing on the podium at this racetrack. I'll pass things over to Ben Deathridge. He'll finish up our winners for tonight.
Merci, as we're going to go to Andrew Olson, who got the job done in the American Classics, leading the entire distance. Andrew, first of all, congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks to the fans that came out. I know it's a Monday. We all work. It sucks. But they had a good track tonight. The sprint cars put on a good race. I got to thank all my sponsors, Courage Graphics, Reliable Transmission, Midas of Hillsboro, Nate Morrison Plumbing, Frisbee Motorsports, WTF Small Engine Repair, Busy Bee Cleaning, Cedarscapes, Scotty's Auto Body, Mandy Tardio. Hillsboro Vac & Sew gave me this motor last week to run because mine blew up. Would not be here without them. They didn't make it out tonight, but thanks to them. Stone Motorsports, they're amazing. They hooked me up a lot. They gave me some good shocks tonight, and it paid off.
Yeah, this car was ripping and zipping. Like, you were going purple so many times, and you just found yourself in a really good rhythm.
Yeah, once starting in the front, I was able just to get my line and not have to change it besides the lap car a few times. It was just smooth and consistent. I also got to thank my girlfriend, my mom, my dad, Amy, Tyler, everyone that comes out to help, Jason. It's a lot of people that helped us, and it's our second win this year, so we're doing something right. Just got to keep learning this car.
Awesome job. Well, good luck rest of the year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's your American Classic feature winner, Andrew Olson, picking up the win. As we're going to talk to our feature winner in Dan Bedoin for the Open 4 cylinders. Dan, just like Andrew there, a dominating performance in your feature.
Well, thank you. I want to thank Greg's Automotive, Richard Gabori, and Economy Auto Parts, and Downtown Camichelle.
Just like the heat race for the main event, it really came down to the start. That was pretty important. If you mistimed the start, that could have just threw everything away.
Yeah, turn 2 was a mess after that wreck. We had to slide in and guide it through, not hit the gas one bit through turn 2. It was crazy.
Well, good job, and congratulations on your feature victory.
All right, thank you.
That's Dan Bedoin in the number 4 car, getting the job done for the Open 4 cylinders, as we've got our champion right here in Greg Davidson for the Open 4 cylinders. Greg, I know not the way you won in the championship, but on top of the points table for this division.
Yep. It's my second championship. First one Pro 4, indoor. This one now.
Awesome. And the year tell us about your year for folks that haven't seen you all season.
See, I had one of these way back when I traded it off. I'd just been out of it for a while. I'm just coming back to it. I love driving these cars. They're a boatload of fun and fun to build and cheap.
Awesome. Any sponsors you want to thank?
SRC Motorsports. They let me drive their car here. They bought it just so we can play around with it. Then McClutchin Fence, Stone Motorsports, mine Metal Monkey Motorsports, and I gotta read the hood. Yeah, McClutchin Fence, Hall Tool, Chew on This Jerky. And I'm probably missing a bunch, but I'm not sure. And Todd's Point S.
All right, well, congratulations, Greg, on your championship, and best of luck rest of the year.
Thank you.
That's Greg Davidson, your Open 4-cylinder champion here at Sunset Speedway Park. That's going to do it for things here trackside for the Banks Bull Ring. We're going to head to Cottage Grove Speedway tomorrow and on Wednesday night. We hope you can join us for the next 2 rounds of Speed Week Northwest. Everybody have a safe drive home, a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at Grove. Good night, everybody.